I've been sitting here for like a half hour talking as if like the camera was on, that this was on. And I looked and it's like it was all grayed out. I hadn't I just well, I just ramble anyway. Ever hear Weird Al Yankovic, Amish Paradise? More humble than thou art. Oh, well, they have so much video. I'll with gag orders for trials. Well, there's so much video surveillance. So much video surveillance. It's car accidents, cars. I remember the time I got caught, I pulled over for drunk driving. I had a hysterical breakdown. Hysterical. Well, that would just I needed to buy my dad a house. You know, and I wanted to have fun. I needed to buy my dad a house. And I said, "This break his heart." You know, so much depended on me. Or at least I felt that way. How do you feel? Do you feel responsible for your parents? Talking about people want babies, and they're the parents who. What was that? What was that line? I was watching this documentary about the world's biggest religious festival. And apparently in India, every 12 years they have gatherings, millions and millions of people just create a huge city of tents. And well, you can meet the different gurus, different the religions that are there, or whatever, whoever shows up there. It's a smorgasbord of disciples and their followers and things like that. And there's one attendee who is like said the parents are. She wasn't a guru. I don't know. She had just said a statement that's very powerful. Moms and dads parent are greater than gurus, because without parents, where would gurus come from? So at return time, the old music. You know, I did. There was a time, but some people might have noticed. I was using cosmetic foundation to cover up pimples. I was in college, and I was just like, God, do something about it. Oh, it's a sign of health, right? Maybe that's losing its mind again. And so 1989. Well, the Batman movie, the first to my knowledge. It'd be interesting to look and see if they've made other Batman movies, but they were going to make a movie based on the comic book. And so, well, spoiler alert, because it's kind of the same investigation. The cosmetics were combining in their bodies to kill them. He was poisoning the cosmetics. Flash forward to today. It's just all they're not. It's just poison. The clowns are part of a circus. So it does seem like, well, what did my dad say? He said he repeated a thing from a long time ago. Like the ruling Rome, bread and circuses. You know, if the people don't have bread and circuses, they'll riot or something, or maybe they'll go home. See, isn't it? You ever hear they're saying all roads lead to Rome. Well, as more and more goods is expanded out, as the boundaries expanded out, as Rome did, they get new product. What was the date? What was the date? Me and my roommate, we were having really tense, uh, er, uh, tension. Like, well, cohabitating. Well, we had a lot of tension. Of the well, we have important things to do. I mean, not more important than it just seems like the world. One of my Spanish teachers said that they have a saying that if America sneezes, the world gets a cold. Talking about the amount of up here, we're like, how could that be so? From an economic sense. In an economic sense. Like all these plans based on that story, the emperor has no clothes. Now, where's that person from? Is it somebody who's never traveled, first time out? Is it a person who just well, I just back in more not so intense days. There was talk of like, do you think we? Well, one of my friend, we liked the same programs and saw science fiction stuff. Well, Battlestar Galactica. Humans and robots. Uh, and that's an episode. When you watch the episodes without the whole thing, and then you think about it again. If somebody crash lands, that's are they illegal? Like if a plane was flying over and it crashed, and you have all these survivors from the plane crash, what's their status? My dad's generation was filled with those types of questions. There's Swiss Family Robinson, right? They're they crash land on a planet. I don't remember. There are many stories. Well, Treasure Island. Had no one to talk about it. It's like doesn't even exist. My memories, my past doesn't even exist. That's the biggest thing about this group of actors is that they don't exist. The name I use, it's when they talk about how many names you have. Who are you today? I'm like, I take heart in this is the Fitzgerald down in Iquitos, who's before drug tourism. It was a source of rubber. To modern people, it's like, what's so important about rubber? What is so important about rubber? Well, they made a movie about the English. I think he's an English person who like set up the. Well, they have plantation. They try to gather it from jungles. That, well, some people just remember being joyous days. Some people remember it being joyous days that gave way to other days. So anyway, there's a city down there, and it's supposedly the largest city that can't be reached by any road. The airport, I don't know how long ago they made an airport there. It was a river. It was the Amazon rainforest. Had a lot of business. You can see old abandoned ships. You go there today, they have the floating city of Berlin, and they have these, well, ships. Down in Southern California, they have a Navy vessel. I think it was an old Navy vessel that's just sitting there. It used to be the Love Boat. That was a TV show. It's like, why so down, Charlie Brown? I know I told somebody I'd love them, be faithful. The end of time. The ingeniousness of inventing the wheel. And then war horses, war elephants, training animals to fight along with us. Tarnation. Sucker and Succotash. Tarnation. Oh, back to the Fitzgerald. There's a scene where that I've watched. I haven't watched the entire movie. He has his boat. It's a big boat, and the water is too low for him to take the passage that he needs to take. So the local Indians somehow, from just the engineers, and builds a huge wheel, yeah, and rope, and these Indians pull this big ship out of the water and across like this hilly range. They pull a boat across land. It's like the vets. Best I can do is the not to harm anyone. Words, actions, well, even the bugs. See, when they have that, they call Hitler a bad man and extermination. Well, we have exterminators. I was watching out the window, spraying their well, so many different things. Like big beautiful parade. Well, let's honor the heroes. Let's honor the guys who. And a lot of young men want that. It seems like it. But then again, we're marketing men. We're marketing men. They want to be like the people they see in TVs and heroes. And, oh. It's a memorial. It's a memorial month or something. They have lists of events. It was flag raising, some different things. Remember the veterans out here. I got kicked out of the American Legion. Well, no, I'm nationally a member, just the local lodge. So that's why I'm just finding a fellow excommunicated, uh, made a big thing about the wars and how brave and gallant. At least that's perception. I just wanted to talk to my family because they seemed for it for a long time. See, well, Greeks and the Romans. Well, actually, what we call Rome was a marriage between two tribes. there was already people living there, probably of the Greek heritage. And the Romans, they came from all different theories. And you show up in abandoned places expecting I don't know the history of this house. The place I'm living in, I have no idea the history. Yeah, I'll get like really weird. Talking to wood, touching it. What are vibrations? Yeah, I'm in that type of people. There's an author that when people should be able to be in the same interest. Well, it's another science fiction fantasy book where she did research, and the author did research in the elves, all the legends like Lord of the Rings. These are from your folklore. You can find people with folklore all over the world. So anyway, there's a new queen born, Jada, from an acorn. She's born from like the acorn. I'd have to read the opening again. Oh, she's born alongside her soul's a tree. Is it an oak tree? Anyway, there's a queen that's been ruling for a long time, and she heard about her replacement. And it's kind of like a Jesus story where we replace Jesus as a male, and that because she wants her dead. She's heard about this newborn queen. Well, cutting down trees. I did a drug. Well, no, it came from a tree. I drank its tree sap. And it's like one of those things, you use that word and it's like, it's nature. So I drank a tree sap. And boy, oh boy, was that the journey of that day. I saw tree guardians. I saw all sorts of things in these woods. Now, they don't like sugar. That was something, because I went back again with a friend. So I was like, this is a really, well, we're looking at emotional healing. It's the same friend that later on, well, we're going to drink cactus for mescaline. And we got out there. We were looking for a place just to hang out at. And we finally trespassed past like an old fence because we thought everything was open. It was like it was in nature, really hard. And so we hung out, but he didn't drink the cactus juice. I was a little bit like, what? And he's been doing this longer. And he went out and he just meditated. And he said it was just. He's also the one who's in Vipassana to calm down. the race of man, race of women. And there's a well, different debates. Is it okay to, well, I mean, I don't want to touch that subject. Not right now. Well, probably not ever. Why would there be need for abortion? Same reason there's a need for euthanasia of the elderly. I have jalapeno poppers someplace. Back to the ketos. Everybody watching me go do drugs down there. So there's a rather famous in certain circles. It was the Black Lives Matter movement. Whereas, people were, well, all lives matter, and they're like, Black Lives Matter. It's like, all lives matter. And I took that position. It was like, because where it was, where we were, when I first got back on the contract, I was so worried. The rumors is the contract's ending. And I was like, what? The war's ending? I'll be unemployed. I need to save up more money from this war. So mentality. Did I start the war? I start the war to prove I'm brave. Well, when I saw that on television, because there was a real. Well, I started anyway. That's why, jeez, man. You want no reason? I was like, oh my goodness. Now I can say that I have to go. I did legally have to go. But now well, I've been lying to my dad. I said everything was fine. So they're going to do paperwork. I have a documented back injury. I had a massive breakdown. So yeah, they contacted my father. This stuff I've always known. The screaming. Did my abandoned children? Did one of my abandoned children become a mass murderer and torturist and stuff? Possibly. Remember Adam Lanza? Remember Adam Lanza, and they were blaming his mother. Where's the father? That Robert Frost poem about Pan not seeing any roofs or smoke, no chimneys. Some of us is very nostalgic, and then no, one won't hurt, right? So I was just talking to Miss Stephanie. I was just saying, hey, you know, our lives matter to someone, right? It's in that way. Well, her life mattered to me. We needed her. I don't know if my life matters to her anymore. Well, it's the curse. Just want to get the biography like somewhat in order. Might be questions. It's General Order 1 Bravo, no porn. Remember the hard drives of the like, do not bring porn into the country. Do not watch porn on your this. Don't watch that. The one question, one of those memories. See, a friend of mine, he was going on vacation. Let me borrow his car. He had a sports car, and and he said, "Here, use my car." I'm like, "Cool." So we went back to I actually could drive myself, and I was a bus taker, like the downtown area. And I just remember, oh, there's one I was really, really drunk. Oh, drunk driving? And I don't know, did I get in a wreck in the car? Or did that happen when he came back? And, anyway, I remember it's okay. I got insurance. I dwell. I dwell on these characters. We were all in the. Well, most of us that I associate with were sent to that place. There's a famous playwright that lived there. Probably more than that. They're all famous. Well, it's like it became this. Well, it's a place to go drink and party and be wild, or at least that's what the vibe was. Maybe they just couldn't get rid of the tourists. Tourists too rich. I was trying to have a conversation about a Terry Pratchett world the other day. Is the disc world, and well, it's a magic world. And there's this character is Rincewind. Rincewind. He ran away from wizard school. It's like, at least that's if I can remember right. Well, he meets up with a tourist. He comes from a mythical place. They call it Atlantis? But he comes from far across the sea. Like he's been traveling, and he has a suitcase that walks, follows him around, a pet suitcase, and anything he needs, it's like in this suitcase. Oh, back to the all lives matter thing. Before that, before the outbreak of hostilities, uh, I was in Iquitos, in La Casona. Somebody's talking if it was just a dream. You know, it's like nobody's real. We're only real. And there's a parakeet. There's a parakeet, and there used to be two parakeets, and they just like, apparently they had their wings clipped, so they live in the. So they it's like, well, they're pets in a way. Well, one of the parakeets had died, and the other parakeet was just, well, the the I forget what I was going to describe. It was just looks like suffering, anxiety, and I was just that parakeet. What if I just like, killed it? Well, maybe that would put out its suffering. I don't know. But the dream world. I think of, well, can we manifest our own realities? Like, do we dream together? My brother's a very skilled artist, and he was trying to draw us a nice life, a happy life together. And so he had the painting, and it wasn't he hadn't been quite finished it yet. It was a painting of me and him and my other brother. We all have our own styles. See, he had me, and I was like a suit, but like with a cool derby hat, or what douchebag hat. That's what a homeless person, I soon to be a homeless person, called my fedora. Peacocking, still. I think all the changing clothes, it is kind of weird. Normal where I'm from. Shopper's Paradise. Oh, that's where I'm from. The Shopper's Paradise. Hmm. So I got recalled. I got mobilized. See, I just returned from New Orleans, where I picked up quite the drinking habit, and then I went on deployment. It was emotional. It was scary. You know, it was all over the news. People were dying every day. Bombs. Just, yeah, I'd call home, let them know I was still alive, and like, try not to give it too much. I don't know if back then I really gave any like spilled secrets or anything, because we had rules and just talked to our families and those types of things. Well, I picked it. What was it? Oh yeah, there was a time I was talking to my brother who called home, and he saw me die. It was like he saw me die. Well, the night fears and nightmares, and I don't know what was on the news. So anyway, when I returned home, because it's financial money, 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 money. and he wanted, and I was like, cause we had a cousin on the other side of the family that used to, he used to sell Western artwork, like he was a landscape painter. Like $5,000 is his art was so in demand. So I was like, well, when I get back, I'm gonna save, because we can be. That's what we want to be, an artist, you know. And well, when I came back, he had the entire thing painted black. He painted over the scene of, like, Adam, is that how it ends? Is that the nightmare, or something else happened? Well, I did walk around alone on Christmas. I wanted us to have battle buddies and stuff. Just I didn't have a partner. So I got Christmas off and I walked around alone. Then I also snuck in, well, I wasn't drinking mouthwash. The group I was with, talk about stress. Oh my goodness. It was probably maybe the most stressed people I've ever met. I wonder what the first violent thought I had. What was my what are the first thoughts of violence? There's tapes. I was part of a psychological study when I was about 4 years old. I was really intense when my dad was talking to me. I would because I had a breakdown. He was stressed. It's like, yeah, but I called him from the city I went to do healing ceremonies in. And really, a lot of the healing ceremonies are just the other people. The other people, they're experiencing the same thing. So one night I called my dad and cause I wanted to get information. I took he took a, I took baths with him naked when I was a little baby. When I was a little baby, I just swim around as a bubble bath, and I took baths with him. I don't know if probably touched his penis and stuff like that. You know, a little baby. So that's just it's normal because he got really scared. He said, "You think it's because of the bath, like there's something wrong with me because we took a bath together." I was like, "We took baths. It's like saving water and things like that." And well, frailty. like Frailty. There's a movie called Frailty where a man teaches his children how to identify demons. Well, the older brother stops believing in their dad. He thinks their dad's crazy. And did I accuse my dad of molesting me? If you have words that sound like that, yeah, there's the Facebook to bring us all together. I contacted a law firm on on thing that was suing. That was helping people sue their molesters. So I just gave them as much information as I could remember Adam saying. My old man, he had a letterbox, cards and stuff from other kids. Like he was the dad. He was the father. He was a father figure to a lot of people. No chatters. Kind of like oh, Frailty, Dexter. I'm about Lord of the Guns. What do we do with them? And what my dad told me was his favorite book was at one time. Maybe it just made a very profound. There's a line from it because it's full of little historical things. There was a Bruce a day. There's some name. It's not very familiar to me. Anyway, on being shot with a crossbow. They going to battle and facing the crossbows for the first time. He said, "Curse the man who invented killing from a distance." It was before that, like when they look at the what you call it, the bow and arrow. Well, the Mongols, they had to be strong. Like they do these things to determine like the bow and arrow. Why is it? Why is that crocodile? Why that alligator so ornery? No teeth and no toothbrush. Yeah, remember that one? Well, they have something else. They have birds, like the horrible, scary alligators and crocodile. I was watching it. They have they have like these birds. They come in like the alligator opens its mouth. And birds jump in and clean the teeth for it. First the Jews, then the Greeks, then the learned, then unlearned. A certain translation in Zechariah. Well, I heard Sigmund Freud thought about how his mentality would be different if he wasn't circumcised. I mean, if you know what that word is, really, it's a graphical that's appropriate for health class. Or maybe just, why are we different? See, I was looking at it as a sign of sexual immorality. There was a time when it was just a little snip from my research, from reading like the history of these things. It was just a little snip for the pee hole. Maybe that made it too easy. So what would happen is that the Jewish tribe members would go hang out with the Greeks. And so they made the circumcision, well, more and more. So that's not a Greek. That's a Jew. There's a smaller mountain town that's taking peaceful walks through. They're in one portion, it's like with trees and a big bowl of cigarette butts. No butts. They used to have a cigarette extender. I should go back to the filterless. Just more of those conveniences. Like convenience of having a lighter, and butane, blowtorches. Mm. Well, apparently, whatever show that my neighbors are watching, Primal Fear is the name of a movie. From my like the one I associate it with. It's Richard Gere. You know it's Richard Gere because he has that haircut. He's a very interesting actor. He was in Internal Affairs, where he was a corrupt cop. Well, I mean that's just the nature of law enforcement, right? So he was the husband and Unfaithful. That was where the actress named Diane Keaton had like some really interesting scenes. And then he finds his wife's lover and well turns himself into jail. You order these movies these people make. So we have these guides to help understand what's at Hollywood better. There was one where it was modeled after another. Oh, when things weren't this terrifying. So there's a movie, it's a ghost story, and it takes place in a rural English estate. Maybe it's in America, but these old people are gathering together, and there's some things. Well, it's like with the lake that was drained in the Ghost Story movie. The people they pull out a car. And did they kill them accidentally? What happened? Anyway, these really nice people they were involved in a murder. Richard Gere has a movie where like a woman he put in a car and pushed into to a lake comes back. Kind of resonates with M. Night Shyamalan's Lady in the Water. What was it? I asked a friend. I asked my roommate once. It's like would you? Oh yeah, it's about helping friends. Friends help friends move. True friends help friends move bodies. And it was this kind of conversation. It was like your friend like called up and hey, I need you to help me move this body. He said, well yeah, but we have a really serious conversation about why you had a dead body. Honesty. It's like it's interesting that the places that have nature reclaiming them seem to have. Never mind. I'm imbalanced. I just pound sugar and caffeine and the weed. It's interesting. Well, the psychic resonance. The reality of nature. Are we back to Yuma? Well, without my father, he has a story where he was hanging out because he didn't like Navy guys. He got punched. So he there's a cowboys and like they had a cowboy people in those towns, and he went and he walked into. Say he opened a door that he never saw, that he never did see the person, but he had his nice military haircut and everything. He got punched, knocked out. Oh, this is really interesting. I did leave my jalapeno poppers at the place. Anyway, gluttony. Anyways, complete gluttonous. I don't need to eat right now. Well, there's been a lot of criticism over obese people. Some like it. Bags, just raw garbage. Well, is anything really garbage? I think that's the mentality. Did you hear Lorena Bobbitt? Was this the 90s? Was this the 90s or early 2000s? Anyway, the news. There was this. It was all over the news. So this wife, she cut her husband's penis off, and like threw it in a field. Yeah, the cops and everything are looking for his. I forget his name. Well, the good news is they reattached it, and the bad news is how many men were like, oh my goodness. That's the penalty for cheating, allegedly. Yeah, I gotta think about that. From time to time, especially at Ashley Babbitt. Well, jealousy. Oh my goodness, this camera issue is the show and tell portion of my thing is in the philosophical discourse is why you need to like 2 bags tobacco 2 bag or the sexes is real. Israel. It's somewhere on YouTube. I watched a little 10-minute short video about really only time during in the Roman archives when Chinese and Romans met. It was the Chinese account of it. The Chinese account of it is following around the Roman. They just like tabulated. They had their whatever they call those things. Or recorded stuff, just writing things, maybe counting. So I don't know anything about the history of China. So the Chinese Empire was like, well, the Rome didn't rule all the world. It was a slow growth out of that, what garbage dump Rome or something. Well, all roads lead to Rome. I suppose that's where people send their trash also. I was going to do a live stream on my cell phone, but I don't have the live stream ability for my cell phone with YouTube. You have to build like 1,000 followers before you can do live streaming from the phone. And that's really, well, yeah, I was reading, and was it? Oh yeah, Pivot or Die by Gary Shapiro. The little history of the last, like, the past few decades or so of tech development. said YouTube. YouTube started as a dating site. Well, the more you... It's like that Sarah Silverman song, "Bring the Jew Girl Toys." Not allowed to bring you toys. I don't think Santa's allowed to bring toys. And also, what's the primary purpose of it? Think about it. See, we feast all the time. I mean, where I came from, the concept of these, of when everyone gets food, in Christmas time, everyone gets fed. I was hanging out with Argentinians who really put things in perspective. I think they're Argentinians. Well, we were on a boat ride, and like candies and gums, we didn't have any of that stuff. And our motor broke down waiting to get to a place that had a restaurant or food. Well, they had bread. They love bread. It was like, you can't find joy in bread? Now with my filthy mouth right now. I have a blended what's called like this white chocolate and chocolate mixed. Is that all dogs go to heaven? I'm getting lessons through TV. Make your decision. What's heaven? I think you have two different Twilight Zone episodes. One, this guy gets this gangster. He gets shot, right? And then he wakes up in a casino. And it's like, and he has a courier that brings him anything he wants. He brings women, just they're partying. He always wins, like, cause gangsters love casinos. So he wins, and everything's perfect. And after a while he's bored, right? And the kid said, "Well, I can make it so you always lose." He's like, "But that's not the point." It's like, the point is, he's like, it's like I'm not supposed to be here. Because he's in heaven, right? And the guy's like, "What makes you think you were in heaven?" Because he was a gangster, right? He did bad things. He hurt a lot of people in that casino to get people to keep going back. They have a concert there. It sounds fun. I live within walking distance of a casino. All the need to go gamble in Vegas. There was a time when Vegas was renowned for being one of the only places that people could legally gamble at. Can you believe that? Can you believe that most states had anti-gambling laws? So people went to Vegas. And now, well, people play online poker, online slots. There's some conversations. So I was reading, I read a thing about this doctor. When 9/11 happened, he volunteered to go out with the troops. He volunteered because he was like 72 years old, and they were, well, he became very like anti-war, extremely anti-war. Said medical case after medical case, they were just these young men who got hit by improvised explosives. Well, anyway, the penis amputations. That's what makes them misgendering people and teasing even a little bit. I was in that crowd. Well, they all want to know if Jesus is a boy or a girl. Is that the type of thing that we're at? It's a name in a book. It's just a name in a book, in addition to a book. I can't tell you what Malachi is. These different books that are put together. I suppose that's why it's hard to get Christians. Well, like I understand there's more, because then it's up to Paul, and the letters from Paul, they have documented history of Paul. See, they have documented history of Paul. They show his travel, all these different places he goes to. All these different places. I kind of feel that type of thing, because the laws are different. Laws are different in different places. The cultures are different. The people who are living there, well, in foundational places, like Amish kids. They grew up on the farm. They kind of know the farm rules, and then they're given a choice to go experience. Well, Amish are expected can't drink at 16, right? Like if Amish can't drink at 16, no, I call it Bumgardner. Well, it's interesting about meeting Amish that's not an Amish country. I don't know. Guess we're all, back in the Amish days. I suppose a lot of people lived like that. Since the Amish part, they didn't want anything to do with the machines, right? Oh. Right. A little bit I know about them, or what I've been led to believe I know about them, is the individual singing. Apparently, they don't do that. It's only recently their relationship with photography. Well, they don't post selfies. There was a reality show. Well, they started inviting people in, or maybe we just don't know anything about them, or afraid of them, or something. I'm in an Amish country. Most I don't know about them are, well, I got Malachi and Isaac mixed up. Malachi was just a cool, is that a dirty word? Yeah, I know nothing about Destiny. I know nothing about the streamer Destiny. Oh, the screamer. So many screams. It'd be fun to watch Children of the Corn again. Children of the Corn again. Because that way we could have something to talk about. And then we have something in common, and we can learn together. Why can't we learn like observing others? How are we supposed to behave? How are we supposed to act? I don't know. Watch the show. It's like they don't want to sell their farm. I saw a thing where a woman apparently was offered like $26 million. And she said no. $26 million. Now, to a land speculator person, they probably have a big project with finance and funding. So that $26 million, well, once they get the development there and they sell each house for $1 million, if they can build how many, like let's see, how many houses can you build on a, how big is the acreage? Well, anyway, it's a lot of future housing sales to have. Like my entire existence. Well, how many children were abducted? How many children were? There's a website that shows missing children. Now the Ottomans when the pirates would raid the villages, carry off women and children into slavery. What they did is the boys Did they turn all into eunuchs? Well, they made an army. They made an army of their toys. Of their boys, I mean. And it's something with the Western brain. It's like, oh, they're gay. They say that women are for procreation and boys are for pleasure or having fun with. And so they would take these. They would take the. They'd take the. They'd take these. Well, you raise them when they're young. It kind of feels a little bit like the Worm Army from Game of Thrones. No, they're the Unsullied. They didn't know sin. They didn't know obedience. I don't know the truth. Mind, like, great minds think about things. Small minds, there's big minds think about things. Small minds are think about people or talk about people. Gossip. Crossing Death trilogy. Death of the body, death of the soul, death of the spirit. Is that the order? Do we have other words for that? Well, there's an episode of Rick and Morty where, because Morty has a crush on a girl, right? And these like things will show him how to get the girl. Oh my goodness. I just think back to this, to that failed attempt at romance. It was supposed to be a study date, a study session. Yeah, it was just a friend. Tried to turn it into like, something else. Yeah, that's why I just stick with conversation these days. Just you don't talk, you don't want to talk, it's fine. You get the talk to the Amtrak. Going native, going postal. That'd be an interesting that'd be an interesting thing to hear in the military world. The well, even when you retire, of course not. They did their sentence. I just don't know. Just keep hearing about the urinalysis. When I was in the military, the thing that separated me from my brothers and everything is the accountability. I had a job where you peed in a cup just to make sure you weren't on certain substances. My brother's an artist. There's an illusion. Is that illusion? Illusion. This is something that event that happened so far in my past, our past. So we had a group lounge area. I think the way our rooms were, there were what, 3 or 4. There were 4 separate rooms in the common lounge area. I was sitting on a couch or chair. It wasn't. I don't remember what the conversation was about. I didn't see anything insulting or anything. We were just talking. And then this one of the kids, one of the other students, walked up and just slapped me. So I'm just sitting there, and this guy's just so intensely angry. I'm a virgin. I can't be over a woman. I have no girlfriend. And he just walks up and slaps me. And the other people got real silent, and nothing really happened after that. Just sitting there thinking, like, why did this slap me? Now it seems like he wanted me to start fighting so that we could have the MPs and get in trouble and disciplined. How did he know me? Was it Star? Was it the Star? I had a really, really attraction to my next door neighbor. She was developed at 13. Ooh boy. I was 14, so when did we meet at 12? I think we met at 12 and 13. Anyway, she likes older, mature men and stuff like that. So as a kid, it's like just, I'm entitled, this stay away, just trying to talk, trying to hang out. And once I had a breakdown, I probably called her a slut. Probably slut shamed her. I don't know what's going on. It's just this is, oh my goodness, kids and hormones. Well, anyway, uh, the decision to join to join the Navy. My daddy told me he was just so angry at Mike. Thought that his family is turning him against me, and well, just what are you gonna do after college? I mean, what are you gonna do after high school? I didn't know. I didn't know what to do. I went. I tried applying for fast food work like during high school. So it was just hear the numbers. And the thing I thought, wait, I get an MIT education and I have money to send back to my dad. It seemed like a good idea. Just trying to be rational and make good decisions. What did Ross Jeffrey say? Like, in the higher self, the higher self would good for people. Is this a good deal for everyone involved? How do you have that family dynamic where it's like, well, maybe that's a secret. Maybe the secret that we're like targeted because we're evil and bad by our big brothers or little brothers, middle brothers. It's like Mike Pensive. It's like Mike count the votes, Mike and stuff, and it's just like count what. If, what is his vote? Well, we have English people here now. Are they did Parliament voting to execute the king? Years ago, I'd like be careful like meeting your heroes and things. There's a guy named Devin Stack that analyzes movies and talks about how movies are used in order to influence our behaviors. He goes to, and he has, I don't know how many he has now. You know, it's like we read the news and things. Have you ever heard of Ken Lay and Enron? Oh, you have. Apparently, the only person who didn't go to get sentenced in prison for fraud and stuff was they say he's Jewish. That's what the news. Well, some of the news. They're just talking about this guy who was just like he was blaming. Well, I don't know if he blamed him. I don't know what that is. It seems very important. Seems like all of our power companies are Enrons now. He's not going on vacation. The expected spike in demand and price adjustments for the summer are lower than last year. Is it lower? That's how I cope with my insanity. I pretend like I'm in an office. What's going on here? What's going on here? What's happening? Marketing? Oh my goodness! The sales guys are they're beating up the software develop. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Oh, is that why we don't do in office meetings anymore? It's like this sick man. What would it be like to, well, remember the crucifixion story? Well, after that, the apostles, the apostles went separate ways. It'd be very interesting as news started spreading. Yeah, that says it's a conspiracy of 12 criminals, and they executed the ringleader, and the other ones are on the run. And that's why me and Laura can't like hang out and talk about the Dawn. There was a period of time when I met my roommate. Well, his girlfriend's when it put posters up. So I took this thing, and she was helping her boyfriend, who had moved from out of state, get settled. You ever see that movie Love Actually? I'm just in a different department. I felt that way. When you hang out with somebody and get familiar feelings. And I thought about it. So, like, the separations, divorces and separations. Anyway, Laura, you made Donnie cry. And Monica, you made Adam cry. I don't know if Jeff has tears left. I don't know how many women made him cry. The legend of the Greeks. Well, all the maps. It's like there is no history before. Oh my goodness. Old tapes. There's been a trope in the of certain things with viewing stuff. Like VHS. I think that was the name of a movie. People found like old, like, let's watch this. Like, what if under the pyramid or Temple of Jerusalem, people are looking for the hidden treasure rooms and they find like porn? Is it funny? I was having nostalgia for there's an observatory around here someplace. And I have pictures of books and these scientists. Well, I guess they're all bad as scientists, huh? Like the secret of glass making. There was a period where there was lenses for telescopes and those types of things. They came from a certain region. I can't remember where it was. Like they just had the master craftsmen. They knew how to make glass. I don't know how to make glass. I don't know how to make glass. I don't know how to make plastic. And yet the glass and plastic seem to do the same thing. Like glass or plastic. Well, when I go to a store, it's either paper or plastic. And then they didn't have paper, and then now they're back with oversupply of paper. Paper or plastic? Paper, plastic, or basket? All because of money. And I don't know all. Whatever we use for money, huh? They say that like the Native Americans, when documentarians got here, they used seashells. They would transport seashells. I almost purchased it, and then I thought about what am I funding? It's interesting. It's like looks like a one of those crustacean shells. It's really interesting, and they're selling them, or rather trading them. Just the money's what we use for. It seems like an interesting seashell. Well, I think the story of how they got the seashell is more interesting than a seashell. Like I've seen it. Well, that's the seashell probably thinks this is very interesting. To think of clams as being living creatures, oysters as being living creatures, like then they has like brain, feelings, and awareness. What did they use that? What's that pearl? It's like sand, right? There's something about. I think that's like the pearl's made up of like sand that accumulates and it'll or roll it around and create this like ball. It helps them. People have studied it. I don't think I really need to. It's not that important. Oh, the Venus. That's right. One of the most famous paintings of Venus is what appears. Well, anyway, do you like the beautiful form? It's men associate Venus with a woman, and she's standing in a seashell. Isn't that interesting? The pearl. I think the Japanese have known. Wait, I have National Geographic. The pearl divers. It's little thought about. Well, for my thing, like I'm not in that industry. There's a lost race because I think they're the Denisovians. Siberian archaeology. It's interesting. The culture's known by what they left behind, and they found like they made what we would call jewelry, right? And then they say they're fine. They made these things fine. Beads, adornments. I remember my cousin and his wife let me sleep on their downstairs couch when I was apartment hunting one year. And, well, the V word. In my mind, I've come to Celestine prophecy that it's a guy. He seems like a really nice guy, but his energy repels. Like in the descriptions of things. So I used to be a chronic masturbator and pervert, and I think that feel that energy. And this is the longest I've gone without uh since puberty anyway. You know, there's something about the middle child. See, I was having a discussion with the director, science fiction author Drew Mars, on this production that I just don't feel we need to fund it until we get a more clear and concise look picture of the people in Deranged. It's a 2004 release. Deranged. Starring my brother. I don't know what his actor name was in that. Hey, Adam. What's your actor name in Deranged? So there's the thing. This is some reason my brother had a magnetic pole, and he would go and Drew was talked about they had gotten a fights. Adam would just take your woman right in front of you. Well, I mean, if you both liked her and she was single and she chose Adam. Oh my goodness, this is. So I've had my television off. I'm not even watching my favorite old live streamers. Maybe that television just takes time away from other things. It's fun. Or until it becomes yeah, it's fun. It was fun. As I have other things to do, and now the television, they're like, watch more, watch more. So you build an industry of people, well, it's not being productive. I'm not turning a profit. That's one of the things about so many titles: prosperity and abundance, poverty and abundance, austerity and prosperity. Oh, at the opening of Metropolis, you have a scene of heaven. And heaven is this. Well, they look like they're all boys. is playing up there. Well, and underneath the city, it's like, look at New York. Is it because nobody's working in the sewers anymore? They've been living in the sewers. A lot of these people who are required to maintain that. So one of them leaves paradise to go in. Oh yeah. There's different metaphors for the class that I'm from versus the workers, like the real workers. There was a boiler room explosion in a certain ship that I was assigned to as a reservist. When I was getting defrocked, no, I actually didn't get my commission. When I was in trouble, and the captain was like, with the angry, the Navy plans our career. They plan us. They have positions for us far into the future. Well, they have a timeline. There are certain options along the timeline, but they look at us in the pipeline, and pipeline explosions, products not arriving, ships just sitting abandoned. I have a merchant marine book, a book about history of sailing. They have pictures of nuclear powered merchant vessels. Like, how many nuclear reactors are there? Well, if there are people, the youth, this is a choice. I wonder how many people, I don't know the ramifications of refusing to go to boot camp. Like, somebody who signed a boot camp. I had a breakdown. I still, to this day, I just, there's a guy, he just stole me away. I was going to watch movies with my dad. Our dad. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the issue. I was going to be the one to watch movies with my dad, with our dad. What is that? What is it? One boy's raised by their dad. One child is raised by a single father. Another one by a single mother. How are they different? Oh, I had two younger brothers. The dynamics of the family situations and the lives we came from. Oh yeah, the lies. There is a Sam Hyde, the comedian on a Comedy Central. I really wasn't. I'd catch stuff from time to time, but he became an internet meme. And they have one where he's like, state enforced homosexuality. He's like reading the new laws and things like that. Well, what about state enforced monogamy? What about state enforced monogamy? Like, just overnight. Well, I grew up thinking that was the way it was. I grew up what you call naive. And seeing the need for trying to return. Was it like that at one point? It seems such the case. It seems such the case. let's see. So I walked out of this store, and I had my bag of jalapenos in my hand, and then I came here. I set it down next to the wall when I was having a little smoke break. Probably. I'm absent-minded a lot of the times. I'm just oh my goodness. I was watching a thing. It was George Burns. George Burns. He used to be a real famous American comedian. It was a clip from some movie, and he is out there. He's like, I drink my glass of rum and smoke. And he's like 97 years old, still alive at 97, just living off of like liquor and cigars or cigarettes. When I was a kid, my uncle, one of my uncles, uh, he was he was one he could blow like smoke circles. And there's one guy called Double Magic where he's like doing stuff. And see if you can smoke indoors. Was it Bill Hicks that said or somebody? You can smoke on stage. It's part of your act. Remember Mad Mothers Against Drunk Driving? Women against smoking. Hey, what year did you ever get caught masturbating in a theater? My mom caught me masturbating. Did you hear that? My little drone bumblebees. As soon as I talked about, well, did they like me? Did they not like me? So the black guy is me. That black guy is me. In the TV. Oh, it's Black Mirror. Did I call for death on Twitter? I probably did. Those terroristic posts, the hate, the vile. That was one of the scariest episodes. Because at the end, well, they had a web page and more and more people were finding out about this. Voting on who to kill. Like each week they gotta vote to kill someone. And so these people, celebrities, just the politicians, public people, so at the end of the episode, it's like the wise man's fears. Live by the gun, die by the gun. Live by the sword, live by the sword, die by the sword. So these two bees, and they're big ones. And they're I haven't seen these type for years. They must have flowers and stuff coming back. Well, I looked at the bees. I looked at the bees. One was above the other one, and I just say, what day? What was the date when the news broke that beloved child star actor Pee Wee Herman was caught masturbating in an adult movie theater? Well, adult movie theaters. Pee Wee Herman. So as soon as I asked the bee what that was, one on top, boom, went straight down, took the other one down with it. Like, get out of here. My dad used to look at me. We were at a park, and he's different, and he had a hat with like 50 bullets on it and stuff, right? And he just laughed at me because years ago there was this thing where I gave him like $3,000. He has teeth problems, and I was like, Dad, this money is for your teeth. I was trying to baby him like he's a baby, right? And I want him to feel good. I want him to feel good and happy. And well, he was like, you know, and my head will blow up. Okay. Because I want to feel good and happy also. That's his right. I may have not physically struck him. I haven't physically struck my father. Somebody said I killed their parent. Somebody said one of my friends killed their daughter. I'll cheer for war on television. When I was about the same age where I was had gone through puberty, I wanted to stay home and watch football. And watching football, I would scream, "Break his leg! Break his..." Oh, just being like a nasty, just young teen, just screaming for more violence and stuff. Even when I was physically, well, I actually, the football team, it felt good. It felt good to let some of that aggression out. Again, was I still on the team? It was summertime, or no, I had left the team. Yeah, I quit. There's something about, it was just, I got triggered. I got triggered in class, and to this day, I'm grateful. I didn't break a leg. I was able to physically pass the Navy boot camp. It was hard. Oh my goodness. I was the slowest runner. I bypassed physical activities I didn't think I could do. Is it pride? Okay. I mean, pride of that. Pride. You passed a physical. I'm fat and lazy. What do you do if your dad's a general and you're in a different branch? Oh, the Army recruiter was incensed. See, I could have joined the Army. It's just that decision seemed. My dad felt he was left out of decision. I'll tell you, I could tell you all about. Well, once upon a time, acne. I failed a physical for acne. And the reason was because we have like the beard and everything. If I had to wear a gas mask, it wouldn't keep a good seal. hmm Many people don't start smoking. It's just a product and the demand for it. I feel good about not having a vehicle. You see that? Have you seen American Beauty? Well, it's like the Kevin Spacey. I think it's why my uncle likes Kevin Spacey so much. So he's going the American Beauty. He's going through what used to be called a term a midlife crisis. He has a house. I mean, looks successful. If you're a poor person, that was a thing that was speculated when dish dish antennas started going up in the slums, these really dangerous slums and the poverty that South America is known for. Well, they started getting Dish Network, and one of my guys down there, I think it was the ayahuasca foundation guy. He said they're no. I read this. I read this. I read it someplace, and it was the observation. It says what happens. Oh, they're getting antennas. What happens when the slum dwellers see how we live? And how we live is well, one example is American Beauty. So he has a crush on a 16-year-old. She is in many cultures a woman, and you assume that she's anyway. Anyway, what's this word anyway? It sounds like a conjoiner or something. It's my thoughts are outpacing my words. So in American Beauty, he has his fantasies about his daughter's friend. The marriage is like, well, they're both working parents. He has a breakdown. He starts working out. Oh, he does lose his job, his corporate job. He has a breakdown. No, not like the worst breakdown. He gets a job at a fast food restaurant. His wife has a boyfriend. The neighbor kid, whose dad's like a very angry, like retired Marine guy. Well, he starts hanging out with Kevin. And they're working out in the garage, and you can see like and the dad of the young man who's hanging out with Kevin, he sees these images and he thinks he's having like, but he's not. It's one of those in some contexts it's funny, and the imagination, what the imagination does with things. Well, anyway, at the end of the movie, where it looks like Kevin and his wife he's back in love with his wife. Because she's had an affair, he wanted to have an affair. Well, he fantasized, and so he's looking at pictures of their fun time, like the amusement parks and stuff. Like he's going through photo albums. Well, the Marine. Oh yeah. So he kisses him. Previously the guy shows up at the garage and he's just distraught, and he walks up and he comes close to me. He kisses him and he backs off and whoa. That he's like rejects the guy, and the Marine's like, because he's just that way. And then so while Kevin's later on when Kevin's looking at the photo album, he walks up and he has a gun in the back of his head, and then you see. I guess that's a nice way to go. Do I love my cousin? My cousin is much like my brother, one of my brothers. It's when someone says, say you love me, why can't you just say, I love you on the phone all the time, right? Problem thing is, my poor little nutcases. I'm a nutcase. We made her and Adam. Jody, do you remember when I made Adam and Heather kiss? They had a Big Bird swing set. And they're sitting on the Big Bird together, like kiss, kiss, kiss. Am I a William Penn now? And am I a William Penn? It's about the urinalysis tests that we have. Was that a contract? Just need more able-bodied young people. But then again, we need able-bodied young people out here too. Or maybe able-bodied. I don't know. Going on 3 hours here. Going on 3 hours of film time. I mean, recording time. I lose every day. I'm sure that at some point I blamed a black person for a crime I committed. At some point, it just must have. Well, lot of people, lot of people talking about the color of crime, and when there are no black people to blame that on, oh boy. Well, that's why I sneak around at night, huh? This is the Tower of Babel. Let's see, who do the young men seem to migrate around? Vaush, Destiny, and that other guy. Well, they're looking for the Iron Johns. Smoking like a chimney. I had been going through the whole like the quitting smoking thing, and I was in a gas station. It's like the merchant, the death salesman. These packs of cigarettes. It's like, you keep buying it, I'll keep selling. I'll sell you what you want. I'll sell it to you. And then and that's the end. Out of sight, out of mind. And then I'm looking at them, and well, I suppose that's why nobody trusts me. It's like, you'll tell people we smoked together. Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, I won't tell anybody. Are we ghosts? Yeah, that's right, we're ghosts now. It's like the curse of Jack Daniels. Who brought alcohol? You make I make terrible decisions on I have in the past. So now it's mostly just, well, did we have a blast? I can't go blame the convenience store guy for selling me cigarettes. You can blame that guy. No, Jacob is a. That's why the Israel thing, of all the families and of all the histories, that this one is really. They're nomadic settlers or people, and sometimes populations. Anyway, the course of human events. Paper. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh, that's why it's just incredibly dehydrated. There was a time when where I had a different energy and just vitality. Drink water all day. I drink a lot of water. Have energy drink, and coffee. Well, I had purpose. It felt like our team had a purpose then. Oh. No, those were the half-mast flags. Sorry, I don't pay attention to the news. I was going crazy. I am crazy. Well, I bring disrespect everywhere I go, apparently. I have a picture outside of Indonesian embassy, like it's Jakarta embassy, and I'm wearing shorts. I suppose the cheap vacations I go on are to places that are decimated by our war. you have this thing transmitting into a prison full of people that slandered and libeled and stuff. You torturing them with the. This is Danny Bonet speaking to you, Fallout World, from the Tower, the House of Lies. I'm so sorry. My dad didn't want to talk about Folsom. You know, what was it? Because there's anyway. He said you didn't want to talk about Folsom. What do you do if you found they said a person escaped prison 30 years ago? He just had a life sentence and he escaped. He was no accounts of committing crimes. He'd be like that's our justice system. What were the circumstances? Probably drunk driving. President Biden. His family was hit by a drunk driver. So in order to understand the mentality of the Bidens, he lost some kids. I've done the diets. I followed the rules. All up, I act out. I mean, this attention thing. There is a YouTube and you watch comedy things. They had this campaign commercial. It's like the local assembly member, Auburn van. Oh yeah, we don't have aldermen here. They're in a form of government. Do they have a different office? Anyway, local politician, and he's like, I can lift weights over my head. Older guy, and he's sitting there he's like, he's doing all these like satire. It was funny. I can't recreate it right now, and it's better to go find it. It's a really good campaign commercial. And he's like sitting there. He's like, oh, it's made out with a tranny. Just drinking. Well, Dave, you have to understand. I do have a sister. I do have a sister. She had a baby. We're not close. Barely know each other. It's just, but I seem to have good conversations. We seem normal when we're not around certain people. So that bros before hoes. See, bros before hoes. Well, that's why I'm like kind of opposed to any like the red wedding. The red wedding. Well, there's probably a thing where, yeah. See, Rob is in the middle of a war that pretty much started with well, what? How does it? How does it? How does the movie open? If you're gonna give the order, he's teaching his son. If you're gonna give the order, you gotta be willing to carry it out. And because this guy ran away from the wall, so he executes him. And later on, well, Joffrey has Ned executed. See, if you're gonna give the order, it's a cycle of life, right? I have this funny, I have this little funny thought because the Starks are also born. Apparently, apparently they're born blonde. You know, they get the darker color hair because they have a little bit of Lannister blood, I suppose. Well, anyway, so Joffrey, have you heard gossip? Have you heard gossip that Ned might be your real father? Have you heard any gossip that Ned might be your real father? And there's old Rob. Oh my goodness, the honor. Oh, it'd be dishonorable, huh, Rob? Oh my goodness, so dishonorable. And Caitlyn was supposed to be married to Brandon. If you remember, hey, Game of Thrones fans, remember Brandon? The legend. Well, there's a scene there where he's like an elk rider. That he's gone half White Walker. He lives up with the wildlings. Wait, Ned, did you your brother's betrothed? Were you your brother's betrothed and Cersei at the same time? Well, they say Rhaegal Targaryen caused a big fallout with Rob by with Rob's betrothed. That Alana Stark, that she was betrothed to Rob. Rhaegon already had a wife. They don't know if Lana got with. Oh, going back to the beginning. We want more product. Ooh, no, I want to. This is a mystery. That's what's captivating about the movies. Well, the ones I used to watch, is people would talk about them. Now it's just watch the next one. Watch the next one. Watch the next one. Watch it. Like what? Watch the next one. 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 There's another one. Watch it. Watch it. What does it even mean? Watch it. Buy my movie. Buy my. It hurts my brain. There are people who like product and to savor it. Monkeys find it funny also, I think. Yeah, I just don't think the animal kingdom wants to. Well, maybe there's some place they have human nature programs. What are they doing? They're insane. In Black Elk Speaks, there was a journalist who interviewed this. Well, he was talking about, there was a thing about the round homes where they used to, this, and now they have boxes. How many other forms of life make themselves little houses? Hermit crabs. Hermit crabs have like little houses, don't they? When I was on assignment, we were doing a tower evolution, where we would go out and we have these like big, tall towers in like four or five sections, and it's held in place. There's like it's mechanical. You just lower it, drop it, raise it. Or was that I use them for wiring? Oh, several times. See, we used to have soldiers. I'd get soldiers, and they spoke English, and I spoke English, and we give them instructions on how to do things. Then the Afghanis. Well, then they started giving me groups of like the locals, and they don't speak my language. I don't. Well, maybe somebody secretly does. I wonder how many non-English, Californian English as a first language. Oh, Spanish. There's a. Well, it's kind of interesting. Is there two different Arabic courses that I think there's Egyptian and, well, town to town it can be different. So many that we've had such a, in my living memory, so much more travel, so much more. Well, if I was from a different family, I mean, my dad's economic thing was probably would have visited my relatives a lot more. I was what, 4? Was I 4 or 5 last time I saw the Huffs? It was a big family Christmas party. They had those kind of houses. But it could house a lot of people. Isn't that well, oh my goodness. How'd you like to have 70 children? How'd you like to have house 70 children? And then they start fighting. Oh, it's like practicing polygamy. See, the Mormon Church, the LDS Church, they were practicing polygamy, practicing polygamists. My translator, he had 3 wives, and they have very, very strict rules. Whatever you buy for one, you have to buy for the other ones. You can't give a special gift. It's the same gift. One gets a purse. They all get the same purse. If it's like a really expensive gift. He said he was tired. He had to work a lot to support them. And here we just go apply for welfare. There's a program for that, isn't there? Isn't there a government program? Here we have like, I couldn't tell you how many children I might have. See, Mama knows. Well, moms usually know how many they have had. And then to find each other. Well, the marriage vows. I mean, young people. I used to be young. A lot of people. Some people would say I still am. I feel like it's the other stresses. What is it? Is it Midnight? Is it Urban Cowboy? Midnight Cowboy? I haven't seen it. Is it Al Pacino? Anyway, he meets a real cowboy, like farmhand kind of guy. He takes him to New York, where he's like he gets him like work as a male gigolo. It doesn't end up from the description. Well, oh my goodness, a breeding gigolo? Who knows? Oh my goodness. Very interesting conversation about the weather. Oh, I see. Do I have it? Has it been sitting here in this corner for how long? No, I moved it out of this corner. I had a thermometer. And all fact the kind that has like the liquid that goes up and down. Because somebody was talking about, oh, what temperature it is, at this and that. And I just like, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. So there's weather because it's complaining about the wet weather. Oh, anyway, just it was like that. Oh, it's so hot. Oh, it's too cold. Oh, it's like the nature's gonna do what nature does, and it's just, oh my goodness. As you know, Ross Jeffries. Ross Jeffries is one of the world's geniuses. Well, I repeated Ross Jeffries' the line talking about bad boys, right? Yes, I talk about what comes to my comes across. I could be sitting in meditation thing. Um, um, um. Anybody ever read Ted Kaczynski's manifesto? Apparently, he has like he was having quite the followers of people. Anyway, me and Teddy. I have a few Teddies. When you say Teddy, what comes to my mind? My coworker, he's very stressed. Oh yeah, he's just trying to get a little bit enough money to like, well, get stabilized and everything. Just the pressure of the heart. So there's Big Ted. There's the movie Teddy with Mark Wahlberg in his talking teddy bear. Mm-hmm. Double-edged sword. I've just most swords I've ever handled have been double-edged. That's why it's a very interesting phrase and where it came from. Two-edged sword. I'm very hungry. I'm working on it. Like, oh, but you have a choice. You can do something. Yeah, yeah. So as I was getting up to smoke off camera, it's like a smoke break, a thinking break. Just being the same wavelengths. It's like having like not even time for step out for like a 5 minute smoke break. It's so intense in the office or at the job site. Anywhere where people they just want to fight, huh? Is that what we're gonna do? We're gonna warehouse. Gonna settle with a warehouse fight. I don't know how many more traumatic memory like things. So my dad has a story about his stepdad. You know, he liked his stepdad. It was the fighting and the home life and stuff. So he has a story about his stepdad, and because he was very successful. He was an engineer, and he had contracted. He had been a contractor, like traveled for contract work. And one day there was like he got a job out. He was like 55, right? He's 55, and it was harder to. So he's like, oh, cool. He had a new one. When he showed up, there's all the older guys. It was all the older guys, and you're like, nope, not the plan, because it was like they want to send them all to Saudi Arabia. April 13th pay phone bill. Sign into meetup.com. I went to a meetup.com, Power the Secret. They had a Power the Secret meetup, and I went to Elk Grove Library in 2008 or so. And oh wait, it might be 2010. Because I think my brother just his girlfriend was pregnant. They came back. He gave up his dream of being a lead acting role or musician, rock star, and came back and had this baby. And when I heard it, I was like, oh, like we already had like one by each of my step siblings. Well, acknowledged anyway. Acknowledged. They're expensive. It's tough. And so my parents, our parents were getting older, and the people would rely and help their kids survive. Well, now they had grandchildren to support. They had children and grandchildren, and then we were getting another one. And so I'm going this power of the secret group. I was talking about anyway. There was a couple there, and they looked like my parents' age, or if not a little bit older. Well, they were like wanted to use the power of the secret to help their daughter get off drugs, because they were raising their daughter's children. They were talking about that, and they thought they'd be like it would be easier, and because they were supporting their daughter, and then their daughter had kids, so now they're supporting their daughter plus kids. And that's something I'd been seeing, like the grandparents pushing the strollers around. It's probably normal, and it's probably, See, leading me not into temptation. Do not send me on vacation. It's a staycation. Makes me think of how many people have those secret families. My one of the Ayahuasqueros, his son lived in Florida, and he had a wife and kids in Florida, but he also had a wife and kid in South America. And they're just explaining the situation. You know, as they could. People are just making sense. You want people to move, you want them here, you want them there, you can provide for them, whatever. I'm in a community I did not help build. I don't know, my dad was born in Minot, North Dakota. I was born in Salt Lake City. Is always on the move. Well, I think there's periods of stabilization. There's periods of stabilization. We're just moving faster. We got cars. You can see them fly by my window. So I go to a little like place where I drink at. I drink and dream, drink and think. So I have this DVD I picked up at a thrift store. Or maybe I got it at the old bookstore. It's Flower Drum Song. And I was watching it, and it's musical. I don't know who produced it. I think it might be Disney. I'm not certain. Well, anyway, it has an all-Asian cast. It's like one of those movies where it's like an all-Asian cast, practically. Or what people identify. Because it takes place in Chinatown. But there's a man and his son or daughter. I don't know if it's ever really clear. And then again, trying to tell things to people, it's hard to explain what. So they think she calls him Papa or something, and they're hidden away in crates. So they're actually illegal immigrants. A story of illegal immigrants from Asia or China going to Chinatown. They're illegals, and they're hiding on crates. And boy, oh boy, the people they meet, the people who like are so excited to meet them. So the restaurant I eat at or work at, other people have the Joes seem to have some suspicions. He's like, oh yeah. Well, they're not stupid. They're definitely. I mean, it's a cultural thing. It's supposed somebody doesn't speak our language. So what happened is. We had overnight permission. We had permission on a port call to get a little hotel room and stay in town and experience the nightlife. Yeah, me and my battle buddy, I guess you'd call it. I don't know if we turned that to terms. We were drinking 50-cent Bud Lights. We were drinking 50-cent. Hey, George, I wasn't a smoker then, was I? I don't think I was smoking then. But maybe. Anyway, I know we were drinking like 50-cent Bud Lights. And then we were just talking to the bartenders. They're two bartenders, and they allegedly, it's an American word for it. There were a lot of girls that would approach us, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's like, and we were explaining these are the Thailand. These are they'll give you good time, good time stuff. Well, after did we closing time or shift or anyway, my buddy George, he's like he was like, yeah, we want to come back to our place, and boy oh boy, that adventure, George. In their culture, does that mean that they feel like they should have right to immigrate because we married them and stuff? Did they get like immigration papers, or were they actually Americans? They're like following around the white guys. What are they doing? Yeah, that's a problem with getting married. My grandmother has a story about a drunk Irish priest who is lamenting that this woman, that her friend, that her aunt or something got married outside of the Catholic Church. Well, what about somebody who gets married in a completely foreign country? The secret history of the Vikings. This is big. There was a big I don't know how you say it. The flame wars, the stuff online. The words and things be different. People try and figure out what it means. Like, dude, we call them Muslims. If you call it a guy Muslim, what does he call himself or she? This is how they all are. This is how they all are. There is so much. Well, the bar treaty with the Barbie Pirates was America is in no way a Christian country. Whatever that meant to those people. Well, think about it. Like Dan Carlin theorized, like, why the English? Why the Europeans? What about these other ones? Because they had great navies and things. Yeah, I don't know their history. Other civilizations had ships. So I'm looking for family rules. For family rules. Not in an authoritarian way. But boy, you get that Loki. Thor's many of the stories that, for some reason, the Thor and Loki stories are, well, he's like the devil. He's the Nordic version of the devil, from what I can understand. He caused a great war by playing pranks on people, or on his fellow gods. Loki, have your pranks affected like the entire world? check out that new music band from Sacramento, Cake. I went to, and I listened to it. It was like $18. It was $18. Okay, loyalty to the Sacramento. Wow. Anyway, if people are like, if it isn't of any use in current day disputes. I heard about a flood that happened out here in this area in 1964, which was some kind of fascinating. I watched this program on Seattle about how for different reasons they raised the city level a floor, that underneath Seattle there's the old first floor of that town. Well, the thing in Sacramento, they had the same thing in Sacramento, where the downtown, where it's prone to flooding by the river, they actually they raised it. So I have a map. The Historical Society has a. Anyway, I used to have people who were interested in those types of things. It's like how Dr. Harvey Kellogg. You see that? Who's that? His stepson? Who's that kid who lives with Dr. Kellogg? Oh, I think his name's Kevin. Oh, Dr. Hardy. Is that his name, Kevin? I did a reading of some. I found some of his words online. Oh, Road to Wellville. However, rich people going away from all your problems. Is a sandwich really that gluttonous? Well, modern day sandwiches, they try and connect with people who don't have the same where I got my values from, my understanding, and well, there's Dagwood. Now I don't really understand Dagwood because Dagwood is a cartoonist in the comics. And he just dreams of eating these sandwiches. And so there's this thing, oh my goodness, Dagwood and his sandwiches. And he had dreams, and they're huge, they're like giant sandwiches. And one of the theories is that's how they were so, their depression, and as stuff came out in wars. Well, the cartoons don't feature too much, and it has some, they have some stuff. You put all these cartoons together. So that's the thing, that there's, well, maybe Dagwood. Did you cause the depression by wanting those sandwiches? We didn't have any Roma tomatoes. When we had a Roma tomato shortage, where the delivery didn't come. how do you have a sandwich without tomatoes? Earlier there was an onion shortage the week before. How do you have a sandwich without onions? Where are they coming from? I don't know. There's a program. I mean, there's a book, and is it Francis Bacon? Anyway, the book is, it's kind of like, I don't know, you know King Kong? We talk about hunger. Oh, I do have fruit. I do have an orange. Or I call it, that is something else. Oh, this is a good one because it has fungus on it. I mean, I don't want to eat that one because the fungus is set in. Here's one that doesn't have fungus growing on it. Oh, and another book, another dead trees. Another tree for this Kate Bateman, A Wicked Game. 3 kisses, 2 enemies.
one scandalous bet. Ooh, a teasing bet. Shipwrecked and imprisoned thanks to an incorrect map, Captain Morgan Davies has returned to London to exact sweet revenge on the cartographer responsible for his suffering. Oh. Captain Morgan, it's the map maker? Maybe things have moved. He also vowed to claim the winner's prize, 3 kisses, in the bet he made with his longtime nemesis, the prickly, smart-mouthed Harriet Montgomery. His incarceration has clarified his feelings for her, but convincing the infuriating woman that he wants to marry her is going to be his greatest challenge yet. When Harriet's revealed to be the very map maker he seeks, Morgan decides to combine revenge and seduction into one delightful package. Oh boy, a dangerous enemy. Harriet's always wanted the witty scoundrel Morgan, and now he's back, as handsome and as taunting as ever. She has enough on her plate dealing with her father's failing eyesight and a rival map maker copying her work to play wicked games with a dastardly Davies. However tempting he might be, but when a threat from Morgan's past puts them both in danger, Harriet discovers that she and Morgan may not be enemies at all. Her father's failing eyesight. Yeah, remember cowards left the women and children. Remember the cowards left the women and children. Remember all those terrorists, all the terrorists running around America? Oh my goodness, they're running away from women and children. Let's go on deployment, boys. I know, there's so much of the lore, so much of the polytheistic, like Hercules. Hercules is not a Christian god, is he? Heracles. Well, they say he's been in like the 12 trials. The 12 trials. Is that before or after the 12 trials? Well, he's famous for that. I guess people don't want people to know. He was bound for 1,000 years. That apparently he's a lunatic. I have a theory. Because this is how we are, or my people are, or I am. I once watched a thing called Taboo. Never mind, I won't describe that one. He didn't look as old as somebody. We were talking about Lot the other day, and I think somebody said that Lot is like that his daughters decided to desire him a son. Lot. I've heard that prior to 1917, is it frugal or cheap? Frugal. Americans are very frugal. But they only bought something if they needed it. Go around old places, and that's like the... Well, anyway. Only buying what you need. think a lot about Chicago, a great American city captured in bondage, or wickedest city in the world. It's like the title of the book. I don't get it right all the time. I don't get it right. I can't remember. I quote it, or reference it. Well, they're counted 10. The chapter is there are 10 vices, 10 industries. Laundry is one of them. Laundry services are a vice. How is that? I was at a job site, and the locals were working, like learning how to do equipment and things like that. And so there was a forklift driver. Did they have an Afghani forklift driver? He didn't speak too much English. He got off the tractor. He walked up, and the American soldiers were just laughing at his. Oh, he's always reeks of feces. He smells like shit, right? Because I'm like standing there. One of the big things that we had was like water. We're worried about Afghanis and water. Anyway, I was like, well, he's probably from a poor family. They're probably really poor. He probably sleeps in those clothes. How many changes of clothes is when there's like drought? When one of the big problems is there's no water. We got water. We truck water in. We fly water in. Bottles and bottles of water. So anyway, they're making fun of him. Because they don't really understand. They're young. They don't understand. Make fun of me. The place I'm living in right now, how I'm living, this is my economy. Oftentimes I reek. What's that? It means be offensive odor or something. It's a complaint. The funny thing is, when you live in it, you really don't smell it. I don't. One of the many trigger points. So I was my first as a civilian contractor. Instead of being a official military, I was an official civilian doing military jobs. So one of my first assignments, there's an issue, and then the power supply keeps going out. And this is fix it. Now I'm replacing. I replaced like two or three of them, right? This has been, and I hear that history is 19 times. This one tower just keeps shorting out. So I'm like, I'm getting ready to go out there. They got like the time scheduled, and I have to go to the bathroom. All of a sudden, I get back from lunch. And I just have to go to the bathroom, and I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna have my pants and everything, and I get in there, and it's like, oh my goodness, so much diarrhea, and I was late. I was like running late, so I'm like, oh, I wiped, and I didn't really look back to inspect the toilet. Maybe I know. I was just, oh my goodness, I can't eat that diarrhea at the job site. So I'm out there doing this tower thing. all of a sudden the two dudes who worked in that office, see, I had just been there like a day or so. The two dudes, and they come, I was saying, see their cars, like, these guys, you gotta clean up your shit, man. You left shit all over the back. You disgusting. Two dudes, just like, you know how disgusting I am. And I come back and clean up the poop. And I'm like, okay. Now, mind you, there were a lot of security. They drove right into the zone they were supposed to come into. They were angry because I had walked that toilet properly enough. So I go, after the job's over, I go back and I get the brush and I clean up the poop was all over the toilet. It looks not as bad as the one in my bathroom now. It's like Jeff's puzzle box. He gave me a thing and I lost it. It was for spiritual protection. Well, my younger brother, he's been in, he stayed, he's the only one, to my knowledge, and my dad, the only ones who stayed in. It takes a while to figure it out. I brought back a scarab beetle. And cursed objects. You don't have to really curse them anymore because there's a natural thing that goes around. It's natural. It's like the beer game. Harvard Business, they created a website to help people try to understand. Oh, how does it go? The factors. So there's an assembly line, and it's like beers, right? Now at the beginning of the assembly line, there's other things because they have to. There's some place where they make the beer bottles, right? So this is just filling the beer bottles up and putting the caps on and putting them in the crates. This is the assembly line. And it's like 3 weeks. Is it 2 weeks? Do they have it set on a 2-week ordering system or not? Ideally, what the thing is to have beer in stock. How often do the customers buy that brand? Because that changes, right? Oh my goodness, we're gonna sell. If you're a convenience store, how many cases of beer do you sell a day? Because you take how many cases of beer do we sell? How many cases of beer do we need to pay for? You know, you buy it. See, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I found they reinterpret themselves, or the ones who are lasting. One of the things that John D. Lee, the Bishop John D. Lee, says about, because he knew him, he said he was a man who preferred to live by his wits than labor. So he knew the young prophet. And boy, oh boy, well, he has a dad. That's one thing. Joseph Smith, all of a sudden there's musicals. I actually have a musical CD over there. Nashville had Joseph Smith the musical.
That book. I have so many of these things. I just want to keep like the authors. That maybe we could have author meetup someday. To talk about a shared reality and vision for the world. The fictional form. Like, is this set in another place, Bateman? So most sinful. I told you the story of getting spiritually married by committing acts of sin in Thailand. Well, I really fell. Yeah. See, I wanted to make out. I wasn't gonna make a first move, so I put on Cruel Intentions. I selected Cruel Intentions. It's a modern telling of Dangerous Liaisons, and so wow, it was Cruel Intentions. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not the. I haven't been. I obviously am a little bit. That would that have been a. That would have been a 2022 baby. Probably had a birthday recently, so that'd make that baby. It would make that kid 24 years old. 24 years old. Oh my goodness! You have to more. You need better eyesight. Dads dating their daughters. The funny thing about the biblically based rules, there really weren't any biblically based rules until it was put their people who are following Moses. A lot of people haven't heard of Moses. Have you heard of a person named Moses? So apparently, there's a group of, well, they were former slaves. At least that's what they say. Well, they didn't. They did move it because Jacob, his father and his brother, they moved and settled in Egypt willingly, right? And so the timeline isn't certain of how quickly it went from the 11 brothers to, well, just overwhelming number of Israelites. So the Israelites have decided to leave Egypt. Where they're heading to, I don't know. The Pharaoh put his brother Moses in charge. So I suppose we'll keep walking till to find the source of that compulsion. Oh my goodness. I have another orange, it's all in my stomach. It's weird. I remember 9/11. They're arresting dudes. Wait, prior to 9/11. That's right. I was new to the contracting world. What was an explorer? I was reading an account of an explorer who was doing like Antarctica, North Pole. He's out in the tundra. So this guy comes back from his expeditions. He's been gone, I don't know, 3 years, maybe a year. And he walks into a store of some sort. He's like the news, and he goes, "What's going on in the world?" And the guy says, "It's madness. Like wars broken out on millions of dead and that kind of stuff. Complete madness." That's the thing about the news. The noose. Oh, the noose. Yes, the noose. It seems to me gossip mongering. Just more frenetic. Get more trees. Get more oranges. Like there is no place around here. If I wanted an orange from like natural, I like to walk to the orange tree. We ain't got no orange trees here. The story of Captain Morgan. So I try and understand all these things of life, like crossing water, crossing. I've just always known cars. Just always known bridges. It was all is mostly here when I got here. Is traveling evil? I can't believe there's a song, or there's a song. It's like traveling is a curse. All the theories, because they could be allegories. And the level of industrialism to build the battleship Galactica, to have a Starfleet Federation. Well, the Battlestar Galactica ships from that show, all these different spaceship designs, just design like the colonies, human transport colonies. That level of industrialism. Maybe it's a secret of other planets, that since life just seems consciousness walking around, but it's consciousness, right? Mm-hmm. You can hear an owl hooting. What it was saying is that you want to move to Salt Lake City so you could live around all whites. Something like that. The wheelbarrows. In Deadwood, there was a guy who got kicked in the head by a horse. He's real racist. He said a lot. Anyway, they're angry people in Deadwood. And was it his black friend took care of him, or his brother or somebody? Anyway, so just dreams of peace. My brother, he'd been 2 years in an accident, and I stopped by a zoo in St. Louis. I had to spend a day at the St. Louis Zoo, or part of a day, just a couple hours or so. And I saw they're pulling this kid, and he had like a little pull along thing, and he just looked so happy to be out. he looked so happy. I was like, that's our dream vacation, Adam. I once said I know you admire me. He laughed. Do I regret saying that? Yeah, yeah. Because it wasn't the right word. It wasn't the right word. Because he wanted money. What did I write on Facebook? Does anybody remember? Anyway, I wrote a post explaining how the child porn on my IP, well, it wasn't mine. Other people in the porn too. It was very brief. It was like a very like 5 days? It was just I was so scared. It was like it actually came up in a search. Napster. I don't know if you know what Napster is, but yeah, I did do a search, and I did do a download, and then after like being an alcoholic, and I was in this apartment with my brothers, and it was just that's the way it is. I was also talking to a 15-year-old online. Yeah, I was talking to from my same high school. It was just basically that was off limits. Still, it was talking. Just trying to find someone to talk to. That was a surprise. So anyway, get some other story clear. After I came back from New Orleans, where fornication and sin, drunk driving, alcoholism, just being an alcoholic, it numbs the pain because otherwise I have to think about all my problems. Or Bush, Biden. Do you know President Obama and Dick Cheney are apparently cousins? Did you know that? And John Kerry and George Bush are cousins. Well, they have a lot of old family things on the on the East Coast. Well, the West Coast has family has things also. I don't know if they're as well established or as powerful as the East Coast. But it's all just a nut house. The English are just English speakers, just babbling nutcases. I was in Brazil. I mean, I did walk into Brazil for a day. But actually longer than that, because there's a border crossing there. It's like there's a city, and half of it is Brazil, and the other half is Colombia. Well, it's no, it's Leticia. Anyway, the locals, they that's their city. They always say before these, so the locals just walk back and forth. Tourists need to get stamps and stuff. Well, where's the crime come from? Maybe the volumes and volumes of just crimes that are reported, but not probably tourists. Probably that's what makes them tourists. Oh, this is Acidobeads. Acidobeads had a death sentence placed on him for hosting ceremonial rituals in his home. At the time, the Elysian fields. Well, men wouldn't. They would train until they were 30. At 30 years old, from according to some accounts that I was hearing about, when they turned 30 and they lived clean and good. Then they were taken and given a unknown substance, and then they were allowed to see the goddess. Apparently, it was pretty peaceful and tranquil for a long time. I don't know. Apparently, I don't know. I've been trying peace and tranquility for. Well, I was a rambunctious. I had a high energy child. Oh yeah, sugar, other things, Dad. And when I was 3, my dad disappeared for like 6. I'd say it was 6 months. Oh, in trouble with the law. I don't know why do people in war fight so much? Oh, is it? Hold on, Dave. Let me end my stream.